A reminder to all crew members, there is only one toilet on the ship. We are now in orbit above Edgewater, Captain. I'll lock up behind you.
Something in the bar? Sorry. I... Strong drink makes me sick. And it makes me real sad. Well, never mind that. Oh, it's what I...
Anders with sure, Cap.
If you stop in the engine room, would you ask Parvati to send Sam down?
You some sort of freelancer?
I'd wager this is the outpost. Rebecca! Anders! Come on out! That's how it's done, Captain. Huh? There we go! Hey, take a gander. The door...
Huh. Rebecca taught me this once. You can jerry-rig these old locks so as they don't open anymore. But we've only ever done that if we're in a real bind. Here, I'll fix it.
Oh no. Oh no. What did you do? Oh, Miyaka. I'm so sorry. I don't... They were... That bitch! They were all set to abandon us! What would Clara say, huh? Every day she'd ask if we heard from you. And she'd have forgiven you. The kid had a soul that made the sulfur smell like roses. Ugh. I'd to leave your medallions to rot with you, but Clara would want to be buried with her sister.
At least I know. Ought to have learned by now that getting one's hopes up tends to open them to being dashed across the stars. I hate to say this, but Clara died thinking her sister was still fighting to get back home. I'm glad. If she were still alive now, it'd break her to know the truth. Yeah, maybe. I'm used to disappointment. She was still so naive as to let it hurt her every time it happened. Only thing left is to take these medallions home, which means figuring out how to bait the Mana Queen out of our old base. The most pissed off I've ever seen a queen was when a foreign species was on her soil. I'd wager the stench of a primal might do the trick. Not unless you happen to be familiar with the ins and outs of Mana Queen behavioral patterns. I've never had the pleasure of hunting primals, but I hear they're all over Scylla. Let's tear a few apart, shall we? I'm sure they've got pheromones. Everything does.
Destination reached. The Groundbreaker.
Miss Ellie, Dr. Van Hill. I noticed your pistol's been making a funny noise.
What are you talking about? I oil it every night.
Well, look here. Your slide's not recoiling fully. You might be due for a new spring. I could take a look, maybe fix it for you.
Sure. I'm short on bits at the moment, but I'll pay you back.
Oh, no. I mean, it don't cost nothing. I got a spare spring in my pocket here even.
Word from the last down.
Everything's got a price.
Rizzo Spectrum Vodka.
It's almost time for today's episode of The Chairman's Children. I think I got just the thing, my dear. A few years back, Auntie Cleo's put out a home makeover kit, and I snagged a couple of high-grade shampoo and conditioner, scrubby brush, a night
What's the scrubby brush for?
cleaning around your nails, sweetheart. Gets the engine grease out. Most folk don't got the time, or bathtubs for such, me included. I'll let you have one on clearance. You want rosish, mock apple, and...
Oh, gosh. We never talked about what kind of smells she likes. I think pretty much every spot on Groundbreaker just smells like old socks.
It comes down to what sort of intent you got. If I was looking to do a spy job over in engineering, I'd be safe with refurbished ship. Now, if I was a young thing trying to come on all precious-like, I'd probably go with rosish. But if I was doing it for my own self, I'd pick mock apples and cinnamon.
I guess you could eeny-miny mow it?
Take your time, dear. A lady's scent says a lot about... Take your time.
Groundbreaker's safe from melting to bits now.
If you're here... I found a handsome Great. Most folk don't got...
Captain!
I'll just wrap that up for you, since it's for a special occasion.
I'll pay for that, ma'am. Thanks for being so helpful.
You're welcome, dear. Anytime, sweetheart.
I hope this fancy soap we got is extra strength. I'm feeling... Oh, thanks, Captain. I'm gonna put these someplace safe. In her messages, Junlei said her mama used to make this dish for Monarch. Dustback casserole. Salt. And then for dessert, there's a thing called, sweetheart cake. It's made with almond paste. There's gotta be some place in Stellar Bay that can bake a casserole. And I heard tell there's a Rizzo's town near there called Cascadia. Thanks, Captain. I know I'm asking an awful lot, but I'm sure it's gonna be...
This is Halcyon Duke.
Rizzo's purple berry punch. You want a punch?
You take real good care of your pistol, Dr. Fenhill. I oughta. It's kept me alive this long.
I mean, you treat it nice. Makes me happy to see, because I feel the same way about my wrench.
Look, it's a tool that does a job. Feelings got nothing to do with it.
Some crew members are causing a disturbance on the ship. We are now in orbit above Stellar Bay, Captain. No blockade is a match for my piloting skills.
Hey, hold on there. I gotta sign you in. Don't think I've seen you around. That means you must be new to Stellar Bay. You are new here, right? You must have seen those UDL gunships on your way in. There's only 3 of them these days. Still, they tend to scare folk off. You may not have heard, you being new, but Stellar Bay hardly ever gets off-world traffic, us being cut off by the board and all. Which means I never get to do this part, but I've been practicing, so here goes. On behalf of Monarch Stellar Industries, welcome to Stellar Bay, home of the freshest sal tuna in Halcyon. Please state your name for the records. Swell. There's one for the logs. I'm even gonna give you your own entry code. I'm not supposed to do that. It's against procedure, but Mr. Sanjar isn't so strict about the rules here. Besides, I got a lot of empty entries to fill. Oh, that'll just make Mr. Sanjar's day if you tell him. The board makes up lots of nasty stories about raptidons and cannibals and whatnot. But that's all outside our walls. Mostly. Oh, sure. They make Stellar Bay sound like a rotten place, but it's not so bad. Get a good breeze going, and the sulfur smell mostly covers up the fishy smell. Anyway, Mr. Sanjar's got lots to say on that subject. Kinda goes over my head, though. We don't get ship traffic in town. Only off-worlders who do make it out here are Sublight. They got a base in Fallbrook. And thank the stars for them, or we would have run out of Rizzo's Purple Berry Crunch years ago. Mr. Sandra will be mighty pleased to meet you. If you see him over at headquarters, maybe you could tell him I did a bang-up job of welcoming you? Oh, and if you're headed that way, maybe you could do me a favor? I got this Rizzo's Rangers Tossball poster coming in on the next Sublight shipment, signed by the Black Hole himself. Only I haven't heard anything in a while. You think you could check with Celia to see if it's come in? That's Bertie Holcomb, only one of the greatest tossball hackers ever.
I wonder if he's kin. Dad had family that worked for Rizzo's. I never got to meet them.
Everyone's heard of him, even on Monarch. We still get some of the games. You been living in a sulfur pit or something? Oh, you're real funny. Guess I don't feel so bad for missing what goes on in the rest of Stellar Bay. I couldn't really say, I'm just a fan of the game. But the fancy collector types say the more people see these things, the less valuable they are. And I figure my poster's been passed around by more... Thanks a bunch! Celia works for Mr. Sanjar in the MSI building next to the bar. She's always there, so you can't miss her.
Have you talked to Sebastian yet? What did he say? You know, sending you is the first bright idea I've seen from that man, because I told him to stop bothering me about it a week ago. I still don't know anything about it, but if you want to help him, Velma's the one to ask. She's in the warehouse. But I'll warn you, Grimm wore her patience thin a long time ago. Oh, have you talked to him?
You ever been off Monarch, Nyoka? Before you met the captain, I mean.
Nah, I'm mostly just... soon as you stop to dream of other things, that'll be the day something sneaks up and eats you.
Don't fret. I'm watching your back now. Anything tries to eat us, I'll give it a mighty whack on the nose.
Well, I'll be damned. You watch my back, I'll watch yours.
Whoa, by the stars, my poor heart. I just about pissed my jumpsuit. Most people don't. Besides, this place is enough to try anyone's nerves. Where should I begin? With the oversized mantisaurs? Or perhaps the rap spewing acid at our walls? The board was right. This place isn't fit for human habitation, and I was a fool for staying. That was a real popular meal 10, 20 years back, before the board tucked tail and ran. These days, everybody's had a belly full of salt tuna. They all want borscht, and the mushrooms, well, not many venture out of town, what with the monsters hereabouts. I can whip one up for you, but it'll cost. Here's a menu.
Oh, yikes. I can't cover this much, Captain.
You got it. I got all the ingredients. Should only take about an hour in the oven. There we are. Now, if you don't mind, I really need to take a leak.
My belly's gurgling just to smell it, Mr. Raymond. Thank you so much.
A pleasure to help such a charming young lady.
Oh, gosh. My tum's rumbling just smelling that casserole.
What do you think of the unreliable Parvati?
There's always something to fix. And it's neat working in the Aether. I always took Atmo for granted. Now, if I drill through the hull, we all suffocate. It's...
That's the last of them.
All together!
Damn, but we're good.
Aren't those cakes just about the cutest little things you ever seen? Here they come! Everyone all right? You're fast. The dustback casserole Mr. Raymond made smells incredible. Oh, I kind of want to take a little... Now look how cute these cakes from Cascadia are. So... I guess that settles dinner. Thanks for hauling me all over creation, Captain. Well, I was gonna, but then... I got this nice meal all planned out with music, and I got that soap to scrub up with, but... I don't got nothing nice to wear, Captain. I don't have a head for fashion, and I can't really picture myself in something clean. There's this place I heard of in Byzantium, Jolicoeur's Haberdashery. Thanks, Captain. I know I've been asking a lot.
Some crew members are causing a disturbance on the ship.
Dead sin.
Yeah, so this is my height. I was looking for a place that was quiet. I figured the kitchen would be louder than cozy like, ain't it? Oh, you mean Sam? He's just the sweetest, ain't he? Nah, but I've been thinking on one. Gotta get to know him better. It ain't nice to give folks a nickname without him giving you the okay. Mostly, yeah. I lived in the maintenance office near all my life. Except for my schooling years, I was always beside him. Or tied to him. He used to carry me about. When I got older, he set me to sorting tools and parts while he worked. Like... Not on the regular. Once in a great long while, a Saltuna boat would break down on the pad. Mostly, he did the same as me. Kept Bess... I mean... I'm not exactly a model employee. Not like he wanted. It's not normal for anyone to do as their parents. When I tested out for maintenance, everyone well, I'm good at making things work the way they ought. There's times I'm working deep in the guts of a loader, getting it all running perfect. Anyhow, I was happy to get back home. Yep, nothing much had changed. Everything was a little grayer, a little dirtier. I noticed straight away that he was moving slower. Buddy, that oh gosh. Look at the What? You want me to leave? Oh, that's a relief.
We are now in orbit above Edgewater, Captain. Please avoid damaging yourself or others. Crew members Ellie and Max are engaged. We are now in orbit above Stellar Bay, Captain. No blockade is a match for my piloting skills.
Well, new business. Celia, didn't I tell you our new statistics page?
That you do.
How can yield improvements of 26.7% not quicken?
You've often posed these very...
Clear my schedule. This newcomer has a... Celia, will you make a note of that for my self-review?
Noted.
But not so generous I can't drive a good bargain. Now, who sent you? Oh. I suppose that means you aren't here for the salt tuna. Oh, a shame. I'd been saving a bottle of iceberg-aged whiskey for an occasion like this.
Seems like you're having a rough time, Mr. Sanjar. Are you doing quite all right?
Oh, don't worry on my account. This is merely the latest in a long line of professional erotic. I had hoped that livening up our advertisements with enticing figures would draw the other corporations. Thanks to the so-called hazard clause, Monarch has been cut off from the board's resources and protect...
So-called is right. We've got our hazards, but we're still here, damn it. The board took off without so much as a thought for the folks left behind.
I don't... Dang it, Captain, that's not right. Folks on Monarch shouldn't have to suffer, just...
Now, we've kept ourselves in business by trading with individual corporations, but given the off-the-books nature of those transactions... Yes, freedom is a tempting ideal, but a rather costly paramour.
Indeed. Mr. Nandi here has a rather ingenious plan.
On our terms, my...
A lot of good that'll do. They'll just find another reason to turn tail and abandon you.
Not if we secure the proper safeguards first.
And if our advertising scheme hasn't borne fruit, then perhaps it's time we took matters into our own hands.
It's true, our Celia is an alarmingly competent middle manager. At any other company, the plan she refers to is a two-pronged approach, and the first part involves seeing Stellar Bay proper. With a Bolt 52 cartridge, of course. If you can get us what we need to rejoin the board, starting with the Bolt 52, we won't need to advertise anymore. We can stop our transmissions altogether.
And you'll have a powerful ally on the board.
Oh, yes. I'm going to be up all night with this. All those blanks waiting to be filled, boxes waiting to be ticked.
Try to control yourself, sir.
Have you any idea how powerful this is? Corporations have been toppled with less. What a question! Bureaucratic micromanagement is the only way anything gets done in Halcyon, and proper documentation is a key part of that. For our part, a bill of liquidation/transfer Form 52 will protect our holdings on Monarch by temporarily assigning them to a pass-through entity once we drop our bomb on the board. Corporate espionage. How was that, Celia? Did I sell it?
Your best delivery yet, sir.
Help us with this final matter, and we won't need to broadcast anymore. You have my word. I have reason to believe that one of the other corporations is operating on Monarch, illegally and in secret.
Those bastards. Leave us to our perils, then come back just to reap what they can.
If we can find proof, I can use that as leverage to encourage certain powers that be to If someone is operating here, then Catherine's almost certainly supplying them out of Fallbrook. Perhaps she could be convinced to tell you where they are. Oh, I am at... But as much as I love your can-do attitude and dangerous gravitas, so it would be best if you could leave her in one piece. Is that how you people put it? Of course. I didn't mean to make assumptions. Once you, subtly work out where this corporate facility might be, bring back proof of its operation. Maybe some nice letterhead. Or someone working there. That would do it. A foolproof plan if I ever heard one. I'll leave the... You think we're the problem? Have you even heard the nonsense Graham is spewing? It isn't easy keeping a town like Stellar Bay afloat, especially without the board's backing. We need that frequency to reach our trading partners. My, you know how to take control of it. It's warm in here. Is anyone else warm?
What he means to say is that we won't need that frequency once we're able to get MSI restored to the board.
If we can find proof that one of the companies on the board is also active on Monarch, that'll give me all the leverage I need. You have my word. I see. And was his delivery of the MSI off? Well, that's excellent. I'll see that your feedback makes it into his What else can I do for you? Then it's good that I keep such meticulous... I've asked myself the same thing many times, especially seeing as the legal mechanisms we employed were part of the board's own bylaws. It's true, the board has treated us unfairly, but I'd always envisioned that things could be different. For many years, this planet was home to as many corporations as Terra 2. Back then, it was known as Terra 1. As you may have noticed, this planet has more than its share of...
That ain't fair. They didn't leave on account of the hazards. They left on account of their cowardice. The hazards just gave them a reason to put to paper.
Sharp as ever, Nyoka. And as the other corporations began to tally their losses, they decided to pull out. Our leadership at the time, but there were others of us who saw an opportunity. The chance to improve working hours and Ah, so you've heard about our... As far as I'm concerned, the less said about... Graham seemed like a reasonable man years ago. And we both agreed that MSI's I thought reforms would be enough. I didn't realize you...
It's straight bullshit is what it is. A fabrication rich folks use to preserve their investments, by leaving a lot of people here to die slow.
Nyoka has the right of it. It's a legal provision that gives the board the authority to cordon off any planet or location that it deems dangerous.
But wait, what happens to the folks stuck on the wrong side of dangerous?
I'm afraid the welfare of a few hundred people is too minor a figure into the board's risk. Yes, making all of MSI criminals in the board's eyes. Rather hard to run a business. What can I do?
Hey, Velma, I got your cabin refilled.
You're a lifesaver. Hope Abigail didn't give you a hard time.
Any word on Braxton?
Nothing. Don't know how much longer. Give me those pills.
Smells like rat in here.
So the ship talks? Do all ships do that?
I can't say for certain, since I only...
Hey, Cass. Knock, knock.
Uh-huh. You blind, fella? Or can you not see I'm busy? Why is it every sissy pig fucker who strolls into my town expects me to smile and shout awful friend? Only nugget of paradise in this entire law-forsaken...
Oh, she just comes and...
Truthfully spoken, I do aim to properly represent my aforementioned nugget of paradise. I'll be sure to remember that, fella. Want to tell me what you need? Well, I'm half listening. Might be I know something about it. Might be someone hired my crew to blind drop supplies on the Northern Bridge. Might be they sure... Now that I consider it, I ain't heard from my delivery team in far too long. If I could, I would have. It's my crew whose lives are on the line. Them dumb... If it's one that don't mind getting dirty. But how am I to know whether you're reliable, if not... Well, that sure convinced me. Find that... There's a Borst factory on up the way, run by a man who calls himself the King. Clive Lundberg. That aside, it's a business ripe for the plucking. I want it. Stars, I hope so. Clive Lundberg, the self-proclaimed Borst King of Monarch, is swimming in profit. He's making the only meal to be had this side of Monarch, and I'm tired of ponying up for my dinner. I want that Borst factory, owner dead or alive. And you're the soon-to-be handsomely paid son of a bitch who's gonna get it for me. Kill him, run him out. I don't rightly care for the details. So long as Clive knows resistance to me, hit him where it hurts. In his gut or his production lines ought to make. If you got brass knockers, you could shoot your way through the front gate. If you don't fancy getting shot to shit, you can try asking Duncan for... Might be another way in, assuming you're courageous enough to trek the... Then I'd say you might care to poison the cysty pigs, doctor a few financial records, or throw a wrench in the... It'll be more than good when you're fit. Oh, and if you don't fancy going in guns blazing or crawling through a sewer pipe, see Duncan in the Dry Goods and Sundry building. May luck be with you.
Oh. I'm gonna this film here is 100%
Got the goods? Because I know you wouldn't be... Hit me. Miss Catherine Malin is one tough lady. Show her a bit of back...
Want to make a run with Stella Bay? Boss lady told me to take the night off.
No, I'm beat. Just got back from delivering to that house with a strange family.
The ones that always smoke.
My dry goods come 75%. No. Not so fast. My biometric IDs are special. If some other time means during my business hours of 0500 to 9, elsewise, you ought to know I keep a guard sprat named Banshee. And
Hello there. A word, if I may be so bold? Well now, here I thought those mantisaurs had peacefully exited the premises. But you're a simpler... Name's Weston. Every once in a while, I set up shop along these here roads. You find yourself in need... Care to purchase a thing?
What happened here? We ought to be quick about this.
Stay back. I may be wounded. How'd you get past my traps anyway? Just remember, I still got bullets. What are you doing out here? That feels a mite better. Wish I had something to give you, but I gnawed through my last sprat worth. Catherine had us making drops for some big shot client out here. And before you ask, I don't know who they are. Or were. The whole point of making drops in the middle of nowhere was to keep their identity and whereabouts a secret. Yeah. I guess the Marauders noticed because they were waiting for us. Blew the bridge and took off with the goods. Cave like this makes a handy place to store goods, or... Last I saw, they were heading back up the hill. You'll see it on the right when you get out of here. If you've got the sand to go after him, I'm sure Catherine can reward you for your trouble. Me? I'm headed back to Fallbrook, just as soon as I've caught...
Please, you don't have to do this. Look, I didn't mean what I said about your outfit. It's very fashionable.
We gotta get over there, Captain. Maybe they're still alive.
know Ada isn't really alive, but she.
Thank you again for retrieving the bolt. It's every bit as complex as I'd heard, but I'm up to the challenge. Anyway, what can I do for you? Well, anyway. Excellent timing on your part. I worked my fingers to nubs, but I've finally completed the Bolt 52 form. I dare say it will be my second greatest achievement after the Reformations.
You're getting ahead of yourself again.
So I am. Do you have this cartridge? I'm working on a plan to reorganize the board. Slowly, peacefully, and with meticulous documentation.
You are? You could do a lot of good around here, you know. Don't go getting my hopes up.
But that's entirely the point. We've got to hope. We have got to partake once more of the full resources and opportunities of Halcyon.
What about the folks out in the wilderness? Amber Heights, Fallbrook. Will you share with them, or will you hoard those resources here?
My sincerest hope is for MSI to become a model for all of Halcyon. But we must start somewhere. But truly, I am getting ahead of myself. First, I need to submit the Bolt 52. With that data you're holding, of course. That seems
It's actually very fun.
Now I'm confused. Do you have evidence? I knew there was something going on. This is exactly the proof we need. The board will have to... I'll transmit this data along with the completed Bolt 52 right away.
That means no more broadcasts from us.
You think if we talk to those Iconoclast folks, they'd do the same?
Was there anything...
That queen ain't gonna go down easy. What's up?
Thank you. Anyway.
You're getting...
But that... I don't... Is this about the Bolt 52? Anyway.
You think...
Was there any...
Hello, stranger. Can I interest you in a Raptidon tongue? Or maybe you look like a man who's looking for some most...
Sebastian, you ever get your hands on those pheromone sacks? Manipillars ain't gonna hunt themselves, you know.
I must have hunted a dozen, but I couldn't find a single sack on any of them.
Manipillars ain't got pheromone sacks. I just told him that, so he...
At least I'm getting a good haul of claws, and you're in good hands, traveling with Monarch's top merc. Still, if you want any rat glands or manticlaws... You look... You... Huh. I haven't seen her in a few days, but I've been meaning to ask her how that Raptidon act... I hope it's working okay, because no one else really seems interested in this stuff. Nice of you to say. I like her too. And I gotta admire anyone with her passion for canid hides. But you don't have to butter me up. Wait, I see what's going on. She put you up to this so she could get a discount, hmm?
Oh, no, that's not it at all. She's smitten with you. You smited her. Smote? Smoot?
Don't get me wrong. I'd like to give her a discount. She's a real fine lady. Always talks nice and slow, so I understand. But if I give her one, I won't hardly make a bit, on account of no one else having any use for Raptidon tongues. Nuh-uh. A lot of people think I'm not too bright, but you're not fooling me. I know she can't get these goods anywhere else. Come on, that's crazy. No one would do that. You... Huh. Oh. Wait, I see what's going on. Don't... What if... I guess I could afford to...
Give her a chance. Give yourself a chance.
Okay, I'll do it. Once her shift ends, we'll go someplace nice. Maybe to Chef Raymond's.
That's the spirit, Sebastian. Between you and me, Captain, I'm not sure Miss Celia knows him too well, but we can hope, right? I want them to be happy.
Have you talked to Sebastian yet? Okay, but how did he say it? Did he sound excited? Was he like, yay, a date with Celia? I've secretly been waiting for this, or was it more, sure, I don't have anything else going on? Not to worry. If I never buy another Raptidon tongue, it'll be too soon. Ah, look at me going on. I'm sure you've got other things to do, and Mr. Nandi's giving me the... Anyhow, thank you.
thank you again. Anyway.
You're...
That's just cruel. And inefficient. I'm working on a plan to reorganize the board. Slowly, peacefully, and with...
You are? That... You could do a lot of good around here, you know. Don't go getting my hopes up.
But that's... Is...
That...
You think...
Was there...
Well, hello, and welcome to the home of the Iconoclasts. I'm Rose. Please take a pamphlet. In it, you'll find everything you need to know about Graham, his philosophist truths, and the Iconoclast way. He wrote it himself, you know. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting we're out of pamphlets. Gosh, blast it. Why, we're the only free people in Halcyon. No corporations, no shackles, no problems. Oh, those are just hurdles. We deal with them as they come. You're welcome to stay with us, so long as you can earn your keep. Oh, sure. Graham's our founder. He taught us how to cut our own path in the wilderness. And I guess some folk have started following Zora's orders. You can think of those two as our leaders, but they're more like examples. We all ought to be more like them. She's been with us since the beginning. I think she was our sawbones back then. She goes and finds people in the wilderness and gets them to come here. And she's liable to take your head off if you screw up, but then she'll sew it back on for you. Why, he's our founder. Graham taught us about philosophism. Through him, we came to the I'm glad you're asking, by the way. I hope you'll consider... Oh, Graham settled here a long time ago. Shoot, I wish I had a pamphlet to give you. It's all in there. I wasn't around back then, but they say a lot of the old MSI corporate folks died here. He calls it a spiritual metaphor, something about rising from the ashes. Graham's place is in the large building straight back. Zora's sometimes there talking with him, but usually she's in the triage clinic next door. The new boy! Yes, he's quite clever. He took to our teachings very quickly. Last I saw him, he was headed into one of the buildings.
Seems like a nice little town. Except for all the dead critters.
The folks in Amber Heights always manage to find a bottle or two of the good stuff. Keen scavengers, I tell you.
Looks like I'm not the only new face around here. What do I call you, stranger? Welcome to Amber Heights, Captain. Call me Tucker. You here to join the Iconoclasts? Help us free this world? I am not a little boy. Haven't been one for decades, no matter what my mama wishes. I take it she's still looking for me? Had hoped she'd accept my decision. According to her, stepping foot outside of the house in broad daylight is too dangerous. My entire life, she crammed a fear of danger down my throat. Don't go play with friends. Mantisaurs will tear your arms off. Don't... I stuck around way too long, ruled by her fears. I'm 42 years old, but she still sees me as a little boy in need of her Stars, I don't know. My mama's a stubborn woman. She won't... You know, that might just work. You go back and tell her you found my body. I hate to think of her grieving, but it'll be good for her to move on. In the long run, you know? Oh, right. I guess you could take my daddy's ring. I've worn it ever since he died. You take this back to Stellar Bay. Tell my mama I died and you found that on my body. I know it'll be hard on her.
It ain't right.
A Manta Queen.
Yeah, we felled it.
A stranger comes to our home. If you're looking for a path to walk, you've found one. If you're looking for a teacher, I am one. Welcome to the Iconoclasts. Ah, yes. The first step to accepting the truths of philosophism is to... But alas, the eternal truth hasn't been generated. Now. Stop. No. Spreading the truth is the only way to combat the board's poisonous campaign of propaganda against their people. They can't be everywhere at once. Surely there are radios that still catch our message here and there. Surely...
Excuse me. I'm from Edgewater on Terra 2. If you'll pardon my saying, nobody I know's ever heard of you.
All the more reason to double down on our efforts.
Graham, we should be focusing on survival anyway. Food, ammo, and medicine. Maybe now's the time to pivot.
Pivot, huh? If radio isn't working, we might try another way. It seems the captain's timing is more than just serendipitous. It must be fate. I've had my sights on an old printing press for some time. The board uses magazines and advertisements to subtly focus the colony's attention. We will use their tricks against them.
Wait, that's not what I meant.
Help me clear out and repair the press, and I will have no need for that rust bucket of a radio tower. Citizens of Halcyon are glued to their periodicals. They obsess over tossball and fashion, and the board uses these obsessions to control them. Even I find myself occasionally distracted by their positively shameful quality of editing and unacceptable disregard for grammatical structure. My literary prowess will hook them, and the eternal truth will reel them in. Listen to me. Wonderful. I requisitioned replacement rollers for it some time. Speaking of which...
You bought rollers? You haven't even cleared the wraps out yet. What are you doing? Forget it. Huxley's still recovering. She won't be up.
It seems we're out a runner. If you intend to help our cause, I'll ask you to meet our MSI one of our sympathizers. A woman named Carlotta periodically buys goods on our behalf from... Stellar Bay has caught on, but they remain friendly, though the goods now come at a considerable mark. She meets us in the ruins of Bayside Terrace. From our compound...
So you're her mysterious savior.
That girl and her songs, so eager to learn. Wonderful. While you're at it, I wonder if Carlotta still has those high-capacity cartridges? Grab a few, will you? There should be some funds left over from the last shipment. We can use them to copy and modify radio serials. Yes, not...
Unbelievable. I hope I don't have to tell you this, but if there is extra money, would you mind buying, I don't know, food and medicine? Graham, if you need me, I'll be in triage.
As you were. Carry on.
Sorry about earlier. Graham and I don't always see eye to eye. Besides, we just got our asses kicked in the ruins. Not a great time to yammer on about his printing press. Yeah, name's Zora. I've been patching up the iconoclast since day one. Whenever Graham's lack of foresight gets someone... I was a long time ago, over in Cascadia. Rizzo was trying to sweeten up animal parts, and now I'm whatever I need to be to keep these folks from bleeding out. Hey, you got some decency in you. Careful. That's rare around these parts, and folks are liable to try and take advantage of it. When he's being an idiot, sure. The Mantiqueen showed up out of nowhere. And I guess the gunfire attracted raptidons. It was a damn bloodbath.
You found a queen that far north? Wish I'd been there.
You and me both, Nyoka. We could have used the help. Listen, unless this is urgent, I need to oversee the wounded. You want to do us a favor or two? Go talk to Bronson. He's always looking to pass his work off on someone else. For now, I gotta get to the wounded. Welcome to Amber Heights.
I ought to mention, the Iconoclasts are loyal folk. Treat them right, they'll do the same. Turn on them, they'll open fire without a second thought.
Everybody here looks wore out.
Just me?
Excuse me, but this area's off limits. We got a leaky gen... That's my nice way of telling you to sod off. We're fixing a leaky generator. What's it to you? What are you, a safety inspector? It's busted, pumping out gas. It ain't safe. Oh, whoops. I'll get right on that, boss. Hope this ain't in my performance review. And I'm just gonna let you walk on in? Why's that now? All right, you gonna sod off already? We're fixing a leaky generator. What's it to you? Right. Carlotta. Yeah, she's inside. We got first rights, though. Soon as we fix that generator, she's ours. You'd have to ask the boss. I just know she wants Carlotta voided.
That queen, what's up?
Junlei will like a casserole, right? Everyone likes... Yeah?
was that? I heard all of that. Who's out? Hello? Relax. I've been cooped up in here for almost... Who are you? And... Oh, finally! Sanjar's declared a stop sale to you lot, but even if he hadn't, I'm not risking my neck at...
Thanks for clearing out those goons. Please don't kill... Graham ordered rollers and whatsits, right? For a printing press? Like I said, this is my last... You'd have to ask him. All I know is that if I get caught, I'll get arrested. It's an enviable thing he's doing. Free people and all that. I can't live that way. I need my structure. But I respect... Law help them. I don't know. Maybe Sublight can... I should go. Look, Graham's got a bit or two left in his account. I can send one last dropout. What do you want delivered? I always took that woman for the sensible type. Good on her. I'll send some along. Give them all my regards. And good luck out there. Don't go getting eaten.
it is, but my gun's been acting funny. Used to be, I had to correct for a bit of leftward drag. Got used to standing just so, and after a while, it put a thorn in my side, something awful.
I'm telling you, the Van Noys are fine.
Bullshit, Graham. They don't just abandon orders, and they weren't at the ruins. Where in this sulfur-sodden hellhole did you send them?
They're on a very important... we'll continue this later. Welcome back.
They're hunters. Badass ones at that. Hope they're all right.
They're our best unit, and now they're missing in action.
And we'll continue that discussion later.
Thank the Eternal that someone's got some sense in their head. Carlotta usually schedules the next drop during the meeting. When's she coming?
That is most unfortunate. This cuts off one of our only 2 supply lines on Monarch. Sanjar, old friend, you're about...
About to? That idiot just declared war.
We will deal with his subversion later. For now, we must redouble our efforts to spread the truth to the colony.
The print... Oh no. Graham, you didn't.
I've already sent a team ahead to scout the press. One of our best. Meet them there and find out if they've been successful.
You sent the Van Noys there, didn't you? Oh, for fuck's sake, Graham! We needed them in the ruins! Our people died out there!
They went willing to fight for our cause. We need reinforcements. We need new recruits. The Van Noys saw the printing facility with the same importance as I.
The hell's the sense in recruiting if you're just gonna get them killed?
I have the utmost confidence in their abilities. Friends, we must have faith that the men and women we recruit can handle the duties for which we recruit them.
Yes! You're damn right he could have. But he's so obsessed with preaching that he's become blind to our actual problems. Look, if the Van Noys are still alive, get them out of there. With Sanjar pressing the issue like this, I have a feeling we'll need them.
That was a hell of a soiree. Would that we could. We ain't leaving our men behind, and they ain't moving on their own. Our medic has got our trauma kit, but we got separated. We ain't seen him in a couple of hours. Oh, fuck. Well, that's better than nothing. Thanks. We'll head out as soon as we're patched up.
Gonna need to buy myself an entire Rizzo plant after all this.
If you'll just listen...
No! No more listening. No more preaching. We are losing people left and right. We need to act.
Enough, Zora. I'm not putting the torch to innocent people. Do you want to bring the board's cruisers and gunships down on us? Captain, apologies, but our situation grows dire. Our people talk of foolish endeavors. What news do you bring? They are armed all the same. All they need is a good reason, and war is one such reason. Excellent.
Did you find the Vanoys? Thank the Eternal.
We're one step closer to bringing the truth to every man, woman, and child in Halcyon. For now, you can tell Hiram that I'll stop using Devil's Peak. From the pits of our eternal souls. Thank you, Captain. I have much to do. Articles to write, sermons to ponder.
Hey, I need to see to the wounded, but drop by the clinic when you can. I want a word. Nice day, huh? For Monarch, anyway. Hey, Captain. I need your help, and we ought to keep... You know about what happened here, right? The history...
You're talking about the massacre. Back when the corps were pulling out, pirates raided the place and killed the MSI bigwigs living here.
Right. Common belief is that the pirates fled to an old relay station that had already been abandoned, but nobody could find them. The station's locked up, but one of my people found an old data cartridge in a nearby rat nest. It's mostly corrupted, but I pulled a couple codes off of it. One is the code to the Amber Heights gate. I don't recognize the other, but it's similar. I bet it opens a door. Right. The access codes to Amber Heights. What gets me is, if this belonged to the pirates, that means they knew someone there. If someone gave them the gate code, all those deaths, Captain, all that blood is on their hands. I surely do. But it's not far, and if they died in there, they died with their munitions. We'll need them. Besides, if it's filled with valuables from the aristocrats who lived here, we can pawn them off on Sublight and get ourselves ahead on our... I know it's a long shot, but if we miss something there, if you can get into that station, maybe... Graham isn't fond of talking about the history here. He had friends who worked here. The massacre hit him... You know him. Live and let live and all that. I don't want to burden him right now, especially if this ends up being a dead end. Just a warning. The area is infested with mantisaurs. I'd send some help, but we're... Appreciate it. Here's the code. If it works, bring back anything you find. Supplies are best, but information's good too. If someone was behind the Amber Heights massacre, it'd give a lot of people around here some closure to find out who and string them up. Good luck. Watch out for the Taros.
Here they come! Everyone all right?
Welcome back. Let's see. These are old. Looks like correspondences between... This one's got the Amber Heights gate code on it. Captain, he gave them the gate codes. And their families? And all the hired help? I know he's got his head in the clouds, but I always believed there was a core of good there. What the hell happened to live and let live? Thank you for bringing this back, but I need some time. I gotta think.
thank you again for... Anyway... Excellent.
You're getting...
I'm working... But that's... What I... But... I knew there was... Out...
That means no more broadcasts from us.
Do you hear that? It's the blessed sound of radio silence, which leads me to believe you have... Yes, indeed. But before we get down to it, might I ask how you...
Does it matter? Job's done.
Is that so? Oh, I believe it will, but the price I pay won't be to you. I don't doubt that you are working with Phineas, but my contract specifies I relay any acquired information to the purchaser, and to the purchaser alone. However, to send the data, I will need your assistance in cycling the antenna's receiver, so I can input the needed adjustments. You make it sound so scandalous. Phineas has been in hiding for the past 35 years. He got in touch with Nyoka first, who...
Now you hold on. I do not...
Precisely. I really ought to give you a... It's simple, truly. I merely need you to waltz outside and throw the lever to cycle the power. I'll key in the numerical adjustments from in here. Terrific. I'll be here, waiting with bated breath. Give a shout if the panel electric...
check, check. Sweet stars. But that is a beautiful sound. Can you hear me? We are a go for broadcast. Oh, and I also dispatched Phineas his data. Impatient prick. Worse, I'm now indebted to him for it. Now I'll kindly thank you to get out of my tower. There's no need to assert your dominance. I doubt I could make you do anything. Look, I am well aware that at times I may have the tiniest iota of a prickly exterior. As Nyoka can attest, I do not form attachments with men.
Why, he told us to leave without flinging insults at our persons. He really does like it. What in the void-blasted hell is...
Black holes? Did you see that? Looks like a UDL ship. Based on the gunnery attachments, I guess it's one of the board's blockade enforcers, but don't cite me on that. Oh well, a pity for the crew, but I can't see how it affects me.
Hiram? Can you hear me? Did you see that?
Architect saved me from swindlers and fools. Sanjar, what are you bloody doing on my channel? Did MSI or did MSI not cease broadcasting?
Yes, but...
Hiram! Hiram, are you there?
Ah, the good captain. The truth brings us together once more. Our salvation has come crashing through the stratosphere. We need only collect its weapons. Are you mad? That's a UDL gunship. You'd probably shoot your own toes off.
Ah, I see you learned nothing while dealing with these buffoons.
We could use the gunship's armaments to defend Stellar Bay, but we need its targeting module. Our message is so close to breaking free of this planet and spreading to the stars. Help us secure that module and we will save our colony.
Listen, I don't care a single whit what you do, so long as you leave me out of it. Which means, get off my void-damn channel. I'm more than finished with you lot.
Used to be, you could get the best wine on Monarch here. This area is suicide. If you got a way around it, ain't no shame in taking it.
Here they come.
I'll keep an eye on things out here.
Hello. My name's Jen. I'm the chief engineer on this gunship, and I'd like to let the record show that our captain is a total fucking hullhead. I told him again and again that without fixing our regulators, engines are going to blow through our coils and we'll go flying off in a completely random direction. Well, here we are. We'll hit soil in about 30 seconds. This is your chief engineer signing off for what is probably the last time. It's a shame you can't see this middle finger I'm holding because I'm doing it as hard as I can.
Captain, Graham's got the right idea, but he isn't the right guy to execute it. I don't even think he's motivated by philosophism anymore. I think he's just guilt-ridden. I can't believe I'm even saying this, but I keep going over and over it in my head, and the only... Yeah. Hell, most of our people listen to me already. Take Stellar Bay. Lick our wounds. Eventually, figure out how the hell we're going to spread the word to the rest of the colony. Sometimes, you gotta do what's best for someone, even if they think you're wrong. Even if it's painful. When we're in Stellar Bay, they'll come around. I'm going to confront him. Can I count on your support? Okay. Deep breaths.
Captain, you must be back with the access codes to our new ship.
Graham, we need to talk.
We have work to do. This isn't the time for one of our spats. Yes, we are acting. On Stellar Bay. What's this about?
You're running the Iconoclast into the ground, and I don't believe it'll get better after we take Stellar Bay. The troops take orders from me already, and you've brought me as far as you can down the Eternal Path. It's time to step down.
The troops. Listen to you. This isn't an army. They aren't soldiers. They're believers. Followers. They pick up a gun because you tell them to, not because they want to. And you, Captain, after all you've done for me, I built this movement from the ground up.
I joined because I believed that you were in it for the Iconoclasts. That you wanted nothing more than to bring freedom to Halcyon. That you were selfless. But I know the truth now, Graham. I know what happened in Amber Heights. You didn't start...
No. I've spent years atoning for my sins. I've studied.
That's your answer, Graham? You needed a friend? I'm sorry. I believed in you once. I did.
I won't. What happened back then was a mistake, and the colony has moved on. This is my movement. These are my people.
Please, don't make me do this, Graham.
If this is where my path ends, I accept it. But as long as I draw breath, I will not abandon them.
So be it.
Incoming!
Well, Captain, here we are. Killed a lot of people in the name of the Iconoclast. You've got the... Boyd, help me. I'll never remember what that thing is called. I've thought about it, but I think we're too far gone. Pulling Carlotta's support was crossing a line. Yeah, well, we'll die Fuck. I sound like Graham. I've lost a hell of a lot to this fight. Graham would never agree to this, but I'm starting to realize how often he led us astray. All right. If he's willing to talk, I'll give him a chance.
I'm real sorry about your friends, Nyoka. Ain't no one deserves...
If the Iconoclasts reach that ship first, there won't be any I don't suppose you've found the targeting module yet? They're all mad! And what's more, they left us! I don't see any way for us to work together. Nonsense! I value original thought. That's what makes MSI different. Well, because the module controls the weapons systems. Can you imagine what those maniacs would do with weapons like that? They'd wreak havoc.
And roll back all the progress we've made at reconciling with the rest of Halcyon.
Oh, I've known their ilk long enough. Even if they merely sat on the scraps, the threat of a bunch of anarchists holding a gunship would bring the full wrath of the board down.
I'm skeptical they'd care enough to wipe us out, but...
Ah, you see our quandary. Good, because we...
As you... Huh?
If the iconoclasts That's surprising. The board's equipment is usually in top shape. After all, they have first access to... A conspiracy? You've spent... They're all nonsense!
Guess I'm in charge now. You've got... Yeah? Hey, you've got... After all that? Okay, let's do it. I'll need a moment to prepare before I send the troops out. I'm sure you'll see them on the road. Good luck.
Warning, intruders will be... Oh. Destination reached. Scylla. Crew report. Bioka is drunk. Surprise.
There's something if I were a hermit, I'd choose to live on a desolate rock in the middle of nowhere. We are victorious. Incoming! That one's done for. Here we go! We're getting close to the hermit. I can feel it. Watch out, brother! That was mine!
I recognize this. Dead set on screwing this place up, too.
You can only move forwards or backwards as a society. And I, for one, fully support our progressive efforts.
May the law have mercy on you. I won't.
Covering you!
That's the last of them.
What's up? Outstanding. These ought to be enough. Let's get back to Monarch. There's an old base I used to call home. I can get us in the door, but we'll have to shoot our way through the Queen's brood to get to the center. We'll set the bait there. Password to the door is Charon. Hayes' idea. Clara, Hayes, Anders, Rebecca, Opal, Nyoka. Charon. He said it was some old myth, something about death and all the things we killed. Rest of us just thought it sounded cool, so here we are. Fucking right. It's an old cave system we tried to turn into an encampment.
Try me. I'll take your confession now.
I am a storm!
A vicar, huh? You a true believer, or do you just like the tithes?
Why, that's borderline offensive, Ms. Ramnarine Wentworth. Of course I believe. The tithes are merely a well-earned bonus.
I met another believer once. Pushy type. He thought he'd been left behind for a reason. Thought he'd find some kind of cosmic truth in the wilderness. Got himself infected by a mantis and drowned in a sulfur pool. Some truth.
Can't get more brutally true than survival of the fittest. But don't mistake us all for blind fools.
Now it's done, Captain.
Down they go. What? Sometimes violence is the only way!
To shreds, you say? And we're alive.
What have the solar winds deposited on my doorstep now? Just more dirt and debris. I must admit, I tire of the truth seekers. Mayhaps you're here to rob me? Oh, the audacity. Strangers enter my...
No, she's not. She's a lady of transcend...
Very astute. And I'm out here...
We've been told this was once yours. I believe the knowledge within here contains the answers I seek.
I can translate it, but it won't do you any good. I can see you are a man in a hurry, and the insights in that book would take you years.
I have spent my life in contemplation. I believe my mind...
There is one way that can speed up the process. It involves a combination of several ingredients, some of which can be fatal. Either and
I'm committed, no matter...
Well, shit. We've come this far. If we die, at least...
all right. Head on into the meditation room and partake of the sacramental incense. It's waiting on the table when you're ready to begin.
Can we talk?
Maximilian, why are you still doing this? You've been fighting against the world since before you left home. Haven't you figured out yet that the more you fight, the more pain you cause yourself?
Mother, you're dead. You can't be here. I knew this was too good to be true. These are just... What's happening to my voice? Does my voice sound weird to you?
My face? What's wrong with your face? Where'd you get that second mouth? I want a second mouth.
We are obviously the victims of a tasteless joke being perpetuated. Perpetrated? When I get out of here, I'm going to show that hermit what you get.
Maximilian, always ready to give up, to lash out, always searching for answers, but all...
What in the void do you expect him to find inside himself? It's just blood and squishy bits of...
Thank you. It relieves me to see there's at least one positive influence in my son's life after all.
Thoughtlessly? How could you say that? I only wanted you and Father to be proud of me. I was going to be the perfect vessel. I was going to be a better... This here, it's all coming out...
You certainly convinced yourself you were. But don't feel bad. We continually lie to ourselves, weaving stories in a vain attempt. These stories are how we try to make sense of our lives, but they are not real, are they? They're just stories.
I could tell you all manner of stories. If I weren't...
What the fuck? No, I just wanted to prove to my parents that...
Max, you need to lay the past to rest. What happened with your father and I, it's long. Whether you resist or not, it will take...
No.
No, it did.
This whole thing, it's just a farce, right? Just my own brain working against me? You couldn't be more right. What? Who? Not really. I'm who you think you are. I am disciplined, controlled. I have no doubts. And I don't... Why? Why do you berate yourself? I don't feel right about this. You asked for this. Why are you... Is this the answer?
Oh, no.
He's not looking for the truth. He's looking for a new way to organize reality. A new story of the happy you. The contented you. Me. That's not... It can't be right. How? By removing the need to make any decision. To have your obsession allowed you to avoid the real... I'm Max. Me! I'm... The concept of map by the architect. Architect? How could I have believed in an architect? We exist inside our thoughts. It's all... I see you're back with us. Feared we lost you there. Never seen anyone pass out yet stay upright before. I woke up. The illusion... In a way. Perhaps it's more accurate to say I was asking the wrong questions. I understand so much. Of course there is pain and loss, but the suffering is caused by trying to control reality. I am content. I've finally found what I was looking for, even though I was looking for the wrong thing.
So,
Not so much found as...
yes, it is quite... It looks like you learned something.
Hearing that brings me great joy.
Some crew members are causing a disturbance on the ship. We're now in orbit above Fallbrook, Captain. Good luck, Captain. Where are we headed today, Captain? The stars are the limit.
Come out and play.
Here they come!
Perfection!
Well, this is the spot. You know, I thought I'd be angry. I thought I'd storm in here in a rage and exterminate all these... But I ain't. The first night Hayes and I spent in here, we knew it was home. It's safe. Monarch folks often joke about it. Not because of the smell. It's because there's no escaping it. But here, somehow the sulfur never made it. We hauled in steel, hired sublight folk to help. That's how we met Anders and Opal. They stuck around after our contract was up. And Clara, her little sister. I'll admit I wasn't keen on taking her on at first, but for a teenage... More like attached at the hip to her older sister. Got a kind of strength, but she had a head for numbers. Helped us trade hides for food and materials. Negotiated contracts. Turned out Clara, Hayes, Anders, Rebecca, Opal, and me. 6 folks, 1 name. 1 family. Carol.
Here they come!
wish these were more auspicious circumstances, but at least we're all here. This bringing them together, burying them. This is the kind of thing that makes it stupid. By all accounts, we should have left well enough alone, but... Captain, thank you. You mind if we rest a spell before we head out? I'd like to bury Opal and Clara proper before I lay everyone's... You know, I'd been assuming this entire stay on your ship thing isn't a... That said, you ain't been eaten or shot to death yet. Outstanding.
Did you have a sweetheart in Stellar Bay?
I had a fling or two, sure. But on Monarch, relationships ain't usually meant to last. A lot of fools tried to impress me.
Guess I'm in. You. Yeah?
If the Iconoclasts reach that ship first, there won't be... I don't suppose you've found the targeting module yet? They're all mad! Look! Well, because once we mount them on Stellar Bay's walls, no Marauder or Raptidon, Stellar Bay will be... The board's own Salvage and Recovery Clause 32B.
And they won't dare challenge us over this. Not after the data you found on their experiments here. Don't worry. We'll send an engineering team for those Which is also why we can't let the Iconoclasts get them.
Look, Celia,
I don't think so.
Really? Well, what is important is that there's a considerable distance. Do you just think of these things in the moment, or do you write them down and Oh, what I've got here is a town full of yellow... I can work. Good, because we haven't... They're all mad. And what's more, they left us. I don't see any way for us to work together. Nonsense! I value original thought.
As you were.
You ever worry all that ammo in your berth might combust?
What? Wait, that's... It can do that?
All it takes is a little bit of black powder next to a lot of bits of fertilizer and one real hot day and...
Hey, you've got the... Void held me. Yeah? Hey, you've got the... Hey, you've got... After all that? Okay. I'll need a moment to prepare before I send the troops out. I'm sure you'll see them on the...
Wasting company ammo right now. Covering you! Return fire! I need backup!
We've done it. We're it. We are Monarch now. Halcyon isn't gonna know what hit them. You don't have to tell me that. It just feels strange is all. Anyway, we need to lick our wounds. Settle in. Meditate. I'm not sure. A lot of resting. At some point, we'll figure out how we're going to spread the word to the rest of the colony. For once, Captain, I don't really got a plan. Thank you.
always wanted to poke through a high-gain wireless. They only got one on Terra 2, you know, up in Byzantium.
To be honest, I'm surprised it's still standing. Every time I set foot inside, I half expect the tower to fall over.
Hey, Mannequin Slayer. Glad you made it in one piece. After all, meet my corporate compliance crew. Then check out our weapons locker inside. I reckon you'll find something you like. Then we call it even between us. We were hired to do so, why else? Our client's a bit unorthodox, sure. He calls himself the broker, and prefers the glow of a terminal to flesh and blood interaction. Our current gig's to stop by... Wow, that was a bit presumptuous, don't you think? We were still debating as to whether we have an image to uphold. Our services are deservedly expensive. Now, I shall have to pay you. We'll just say you were a subcontractor. Yes, that'll do. The corporate model is the oldest and most efficient, not to mention stable structure history has ever shown us. Plus, corporations got certain... I lead the C3s. Addy covers our... Our system works. We...
You seen Arthur today? Said you docked 3 days ago?
No, but thank you. I'm quite Oh, you're still here. I said... Deal? A rather bad one indeed. The fella swore Fallbrook was unrivaled in its and now that I've run dry, or nearly so, the fellas have Don't suppose I could just ask...
Did you find them? Just tell me. Sprats can always be replaced. Excellent. Search Fallbrook. Either half the Sprats got loot. You want your cut? You get me the rest of my drugs. No matter what it takes.
Mini-Malin, get your twitchy whiskers back here! Don't you run out that door! It's a cruel... world outside! damn door. You'll let my sprats out. Damn it all. Now look what you've done. It'll take me ages to round him up again. State your purpose, or get out of my face, domicile intruder. Missing? Nope. Nope. Mine are all found and accounted for, thank you kindly. Now if that'll be all, I've got an animal rescue service to oversee, and it ain't easy. Lots to do. Got a multitude of sprats to spay and feed. Day in, day out, they ran their little route, getting picked off along the way. What was I to do, turn a blind eye? Malin's an animal lover. She won't hold my actions against me. Look, I don't care if Nelson sent you or not. You won't be hurting a hair on any of these sprats' heads. I've killed vicious beasts for them. I ain't afraid to take on a human. Back out of this domicile, hands up, or become sprat food, intruder. You want to dig through sprat droppings? Be my guest. Get your drugs, then get lost.
You do? I mean, you do! Of course you do! What did I tell you? Sure, they're Raptidon fodder and suffer the occasional overdose when a container... That deranged piece of sprat shit! If Bertrand ain't already dead, he's about to be. I owe you for bringing this breach in security to me. As promised, your cut, plus a little extra to show my
Hey, cat. Knock, knock.
I say, all that screaming.
A reminder. To all crew members, there is only one toy. Destination reached. Scylla. Good luck, Captain.
Sis, sweet. Pick up any more strays while you were out? Suppose if the crew's quarters fill up, we could hang hammocks in the cargo hold. Now arriving at Phineas's top-secret orbital lab. Please avoid damaging yourself. Or others while...
Hello? Can you hear me? I'm just securing my ongoing experiments. And securing myself. Mind the mess. I haven't had a visitor since... in fact, I've never had a visitor.
Aha! I see you found my portable molecular compressor. You. I'd clap you on the Typical elitist. Hoarding. So, good news. You're going to Byzantium. If I had time and several blackboards, I could... The chemical is absolutely essential to reviving the Hope's colonists. I need you to steal... If you don't bring me enough chemicals, I might not be able to save the Hope's colonists. And then nothing will stop... Ah, yes, the details. I'm not about to ask you to rampage through Byzantium trading bullets with the board's agents. We'll have to resort to Carmen Imagawa. She's my contact in Byzantium. Meet her at the docks. She'll have all the... I'm giving you my old nav key to Byzantium. You'll need it to land in... Remember, you're looking for dimethyl sulfide. You can trust her if that's what you're asking. Imagawa is the finest... Of course. Oh, it's not you. I do experiments in that room. Some of them get quite... Regardless, it's quite comfortable in here, you know. No, and I've been trying very hard to avoid making...
Hey there. I'd shake your hand, but you've got this glass wall situation going.
Wait, not another word. I don't want to know your name. I don't want to know who you are. Why don't you just invite the entire colony to my... Oh, fine. As long as you're vouching for their character. And for what it's worth, I am pleased that you found a crew, such as they are. You're a talented scientist, after all. Yes, indeed. Well done. Also, you still haven't spontaneously What's...
So then I told him, oh, ha. Ha ha, that tickles. We are now in orbit above Byzantium, Captain. I understand we have decided to continue supporting the outlaw scientist, Dr. Phineas Wells.